New people, new places, we're the same. A moment frozen in time. Wish I could relive the day I met you and fall in love a second time. I could run, but I know I can't escape the feeling if I'm far away from you for too long. Cause there's something about our love that brings me peace of mind. Something special about the way our lives are intertwined. There's something about you that just leaves me mystified. Something pulling me to your heart, and I always want you by my side. Keep your body next to mine.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Saturday. Haven't done a Saturday stream in a while. I am currently fighting Net Minecraft server, unsurprisingly. Welcome to the world of developing Minecraft plugins, or more specifically to what I'm doing, attempting to get really old plugins working in modern versions of Minecraft. Hey, Tim. Hello, hello. I need to enable main display, and to do that, I need to click this button, and it still doesn't display. Now does it display? Now it displays. Hey, Root. Did you see my message that I pinged you the other day? I don't know if I saw your response. If you did, you did not respond. Do you check Discord at all? So I have a few different things I want to experiment with today. Right now I'm trying to get, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to this scene. I'm going to hide that. I will put up some music momentarily because without music, this will be a very, very quiet stream. What I'm going to do temporarily is I'm just going to commit my changes as they are. 120 support except for NMS. And I don't have the... You know what I don't have? I don't have the zoom that I used to. Increase memory, reload. So the screen is going to be a little bit more difficult to read, but I did switch the stream to 1080p, so that should help. And hopefully I don't skip too many frames due to encoding. We shall see how that goes. Just reloading Visual Studio Code here. So a fun thing is the other day, while falling asleep... Oh, I'm still... Oh, my frame rate just dipped. That's really weird. Fair enough. That's okay. I'm surprised the mention didn't come through, even if you had it muted. That's why I kind of tagged you. Not a problem. So feel free to scroll through and read through all the stuff I've been working on lately. I might end up removing or closing the blinds a bit later. You know what? I'll do it slightly now. There. Now the lighting is a little more balanced. Oh, great. The similar thing does not exist here. So I do have a day job, unfortunately, but if you're willing to chat. What time is it for you? 10 p.m. Look, I'll message you later, and we can figure out a good time. Yeah. That's fine. But the question stands, do you have potential free time going forward to even maybe once a week do some 07craft stuff? I'm just pulling up some music here. Oh, there's a Better Days EP. When was this released? May, that's right. We can play that nice and quiet in the background. Okay, so let's get this compiling. So, I learned a couple lessons. The first was, after experimenting trying to get stuff working with old 07craft code, I was like, once I actually have this compiling, I don't want to have to repeatedly restart the server to be able to see my changes reflected. Is there a way I can hot reload? And turns out, technically Java does sort of support hot reloading. It's not great, but it does exist. I'm trying to figure out. Did it successfully do the thing, or did it confuse itself because I've got two different versions now? It's locked, okay. Let's stop the server, because I've made it angry. I should have done that before switching, but that's okay. That's, to be fair, we live in a crazy world now, so I totally get that, and I know the feeling, so... Totally. Alright, let's attempt to rebuild. Anyway, I was like, I don't want to keep reloading. I found a thing that supposedly works, installed it, realized that the only two, like, the first guide I found explained how to do it in IntelliJ, which requires a subscription, and VS Code. I was like, great, I can use VS Code. I don't have to use NetBeans for this. Ambiguous plugin for files. Oh, did it still copy over? Oh, because I didn't. Right. And so I did all the configuration in VS Code, and it didn't work. And I was like, but the guide said it should. Eventually, I was like, all right, I'm going to try it in IntelliJ or in Eclipse, because there was a guide for Eclipse. And then I didn't end up going that route, because I was like, you know what? What if I just properly set up Maven in VS Code first, have it deploy the jar file into the server so that the initial bits exist, and then trigger the hot reload stuff. And that fixed it all. So I'm going to demo this here for you guys. I'm going to do some stuff here. I'm going to resize some stuff. So you can see there are errors and things. But you can see this works here, and it says picked up 1 call at the bottom of the game chat. Now, if I go picked up, and we have this line of code here that we're going to change this from green to, from yellow to red, and we're going to go found. And then I'm going to drop the same thing and pick it up, and now it's red. It's so good. Being able to just test things that quickly to be like, oh, I made a typo. Oh, well, now it's yellow again. Voila. What I should do is... I wonder if I can cast a standard chat color to a Bungie API chat color. Because if I cannot cast org bucket chat color to, but why not? I was hoping that would work. Chat color yellow, new chat color. Okay, and how does this one get? Oh, that's just a 14. Okay. What if I... Does this one get angry? Is that one okay? Oh. Okay, that didn't yell at me. So I was successfully able to have it reconfigure label color. And then I was like, all right, well, the version of this plugin that I have is not the latest. I've got it working with the not latest one. Can I get the latest one working? Because if you look in this screen, this is the one I was working on, the one from Origin Master. And at one point we had other people working on this stuff. So there's this many commits that it was a newer version, ideally more reliable and more functional. And so I was like, all right, well, can I get this one working? And what I realized is it was missing a bit. It makes reference to certain functionality from a dependency called 07craft event bus. And I was like, okay, well, the event bus code doesn't exist in this plugin. And then I figured out in the POM, it was actually referencing an external dependency called rs07craft event bus as a compiled dependency. So I was like, okay, that means it exists somewhere, just not in my local code base at the moment. And so I'm like, okay, well then in that case, I need to find that repository because that has to exist somewhere, because a brief history of the 07craft GitHub code, or I should say Git code, it originally was hosted on Bitbucket, then I moved it to Gogs, then I moved it to GitLab, and then things shut down. But apparently, all my accessible backups were of... Bitbucket still existed, so the repo wasn't there. The Gogs folders didn't have it. And I was having a lot of trouble finding the zip of the backup of the final, Git repositories that were hosted on GitLab. And GitLab was a pain in the butt to host anyway. I really hated it. It kept going offline and it was not a good experience. Eventually, I realized, hey, I have this backup that Sam gave me of the actual Linux virtual machine that he was hosting. And so I extracted that. It's a 65 gig backup of a VMDK. So I had to extract that, then extract the contents to get the .img file. And within that was a folder, or it was a single zip file called timestamp_GitLab_backup. And I was like, is this it? Please tell me this is it. So I extracted that, and within there was an event bus folder. So I've successfully got the event bus component for the plugin, and I've successfully updated most of the plugin to actually run on 1.20. So the original code was written for 1.8, think. Let's check. Yes, for 1.8, which is very old. These are commits from 2016. And so I was like, okay, well, I generally want to avoid NMS. So I spit out all of the craft bucket stuff and tried to build it. And it built, but it didn't work. And it was making Protocol Lib angry. Because the original design about Protocol Lib, or the reason I intended to go with Protocol Lib in terms of the functionality was I want to use armor stands on the ground, but I don't want a bunch of armor stands being running on the server. Lots of entities for clients to download and potentially bog down the server performance. So I was like, all right, what if we did it with Protocol Lib and just faked the events? And so all of the code is built around Protocol Lib around the time of 1.8, and we're at 1.20 now. So I got it building, I got it running without the NMS stuff fully defined, and it was not happy. So I'm like, all right, well, now I need to get the NMS stuff working. And I successfully compiled a craft bucket build that has the NMS stuff. However, net Minecraft server isn't really a thing anymore. And so because it's so hard to find stuff related to NMS and Spigot stuff like properly, because people will just say don't use NMS, which I completely agree with. I've had to use ChatGPT to actually give me answers so that I don't have to scroll through hundreds of answers online. And so now you're at the point where I'm at. I've got two implementations of the drop plugin. The one that works 90% of the functionality works, so you can see the drops place. I can pick them up. If I have multiple things in the pile, including, say, a named item, I can view them individually. I can click on individual ones to apparently make them disappear, which is not supposed to happen. So let's just place these two back in there. Okay, there's definitely something bugged here. I'll fix that lady. Oh yeah, cannot copy null stack. Okay, I see how it is. But functionally, this does work. And if you punch it, you pick up each item, and it'll actually even say the name of the renamed item at the bottom. So this is the version that currently mostly works. There are some quirks. And my own, like, most recent commit from March 2016 had something like, I broke this, give it to another person to fix it. Or something like that. It might have been this one? No? Either way, I wanted to use the newer one, but the newer one doesn't work. So I've got two versions. They're both broken in different ways. And now it's just a matter of going, which one do I want to attempt to fix properly? I have a feeling that the one that Axiometry made is the better implementation overall. And the code does seem cleaner and more organized and more complete. There's more stuff done there. However, because of NMS, I'm stuck using ChatGPT trying to pass through this stuff. And my most recent thing was, hey, this thing doesn't exist anymore. Why? And the answer, apparently, is in modern versions of Spigot 1.17 and onwards, NMS, like Entity Armor Stand, no longer available due to obfuscation. To work with armor stands in recent versions, you should use the Bucket API, which is what I prefer to do. Avoid NMS, yes. Use Bucket, yes. If you have specific, you may need to look into Craft Bucket's API. Cool, okay. Okay, does Entity Armor Stand exist in Craft Bucket so that I can use it with Protocol Lib? Because it is giving me answers that are accurate to what I want. Craft Bucket or explore custom libraries like Protocol Lib. So let's see what it tells me here. because I legitimately have no idea what I'm doing. And while the Spigot API documentation is 90% great and 10% I wish it was better organized. Let's see how this goes. Okay, but this doesn't exist. That's the problem. Hang on. Because one thing that I did see that is that apparently it's no longer versioned, and then a different one was like, that doesn't exist anymore. It is possible, so I'm going to switch back. So now that I've demoed how it is supposed to work, so you can interact with this, you can punch it to grab the individual blocks, and it works pretty well. I have had some quirks where I'll punch the block and it'll destroy the armor stand because I picked up the final item and destroy the block behind it, so then I fall through it. That is probably fine if you're in adventure mode, but it's something I'd want to look into for a final version. Let's push this change, which removes the duplication here. Okay, great. Good to know. Yeah, I've had some very fun tests recently. The challenges of the past still remain. Lots of models. There aren't a lot of rotational blocks in the game. Let me quickly pull up while I tell this guy to recompile itself in the new thing. I'm going to quickly load into the server. I haven't uploaded the latest resource pack. I am using a plugin to send the resource pack rather than using the built-in Minecraft stuff, because that requires a server restart. However, the issue I'm running into instead is that it seems to cache the resource pack in some way, or at least it spoofs the file hash, so it doesn't always give you the most recent file. So that's the thing I'm still trying to fix. Dash and reapply. So this is with the default pack. Oh no, my mouse sensitivity is all wonky here. Why is that? Controls, mouse settings. Okay, it's better. But here is the list of slabs, stairs, and blocks. And you'll notice you have some of the old ones. You have some new ones like red nether bricks have always existed. But you have stuff like mangrove, cherry, bamboo mosaic, crimson warped. We also have smooth redstone slabs now. And we've also got endstone. And then a bunch more. So we have a lot more choice in terms of blocks that are slabs, stairs, and all that entails. We also have all sorts of signs and fences, including 5 new ones here. The walls have not really changed. There is now moss carpet. I'm not sure if there's a use case for that. I'm just going to put some music back on from a different album. Discography. The ground beneath you. Okay. Those haven't really changed, but there are now candles. They can't be wall mounted, and they do have collision, so you stand on them, which kind of limits what you can do there. Additionally, there we go. You can see if I hover over... Oh, you can choose how many candles there are. Okay. And whether they're lit. Okay. And whether they're waterlogged. Okay, so you can... So you can place multiple candles and it'll create a different model. And because of that, that gives us a lot of freedom in terms of a variety of blocks that don't have huge collision, but do need to be placed on a thing, which might be fine actually. Because if it has 4 variants, those can be rotations. That might be really handy. We've also got, obviously with the new woods, some logs. We also have stripped logs, and that's nice because one thing I did realize is we can do different models for different axes. So in this case, you've got Z, Y, and X. Those 3 can be 3 different models. Now, obviously, in most cases, because of the way our models work, a single model takes up 4 blocks and needs rotation data. So at the very least, if you're working with, say, this block, there is limitation of, well, if... actually, you know, which one's the better example for this? Say we're talking the glazed terracotta. This one's got facing direction, but it doesn't have, you know, rotation on the wall. Same with the wood, but if you do like the stairs, they can be rotated in additional ways. So we might be able to split a single model into 2 different models that, depending on the way you rotate it internally, it'll display a different model visually. We'll see. And then you've got other blocks like bee nests and beehives and the loom, the lightning rod, which also has rotational data. That one's labeled as facing, but it can face up. You've got lectern, and what I've done in here is I've updated the pack locally so I can show you a couple of the new blocks and how they behave. And they also made it so the game doesn't actually freeze when you're switching things, so that's nice. We're going to go to warp tutorial. So first thing is I've created models for the windows. What I did realize afterwards is that some windows only use the single row, so I'm going to update the model to just be a single one, and then you can just physically place 2 of them. The main downside I ran into is that stained glass doesn't have rotation data, so either I use 2 different stained glass models for the textures, so that you might use blue for north-south and light blue for east-west, or I figure out something else. But the main reason I'd want to use stained glass for any of the windows is then we can have that opacity and we don't have weird clipping. So for example, you can actually see behind this guy, there's still no way to fix this if you have a solid block that you give a non-square model to. And so that becomes a challenge. We do have other ones like the tutorial cabinets that actually need to be 1 block taller, but because they're only 3 blocks tall, we run into an issue. Because this is lime glazed terracotta, I might be able to find... Yeah, hang on. Can I maybe... Which way is that rotated? There might be a way to just do this one as a single model and then a top layer as a second model or something that's like a smaller one. But I feel like in general, we don't have as many blocks that support rotation as we do that have slabs. And when it comes to items, we still have the benefit of the other thing that we discovered, or I discovered ages ago, where every durability can have its own texture. So when it comes to menus and items, we can just use a different texture with different durabilities, and that way we have like 50,000 textures that we can add. So that is not a problem. It's going to be the rotational models that are going to be the biggest grief. And then the other one that I'm a little concerned about is models like this one that are 4 blocks wide, but we have to shrink them to 3 because you still can't render a Minecraft model across 4 blocks, whether it be up and down or left and right. So this one looks a bit funny. And then the other thing that I did notice while working on the waterfalls for Lumbridge, no, not the waterfalls, the fountains, is that the texture for water doesn't get carried over. So we'll have to apply that manually, which probably won't be a problem, but it does exist. So you can see this one is supposed to have water at the bottom and doesn't. but I'll quickly show you. Oh, and the other thing is there's now a debug stick in the game, which you can use to left click on blocks to select different properties. So in this case, I've actually updated the fence here so that it no longer connects to the wall here. And that's something we can apply pretty aggressively everywhere, which will be very useful, but it means a lot of manual clicking. This is the next door building with a different window layout, and you can see up here, I learned after making the model that these windows are actually 1 block instead of 2. So yeah, right. This one had already been previously furnished, and you can see that, like, for example, this chair, I would probably change this to be one of the candles or something, just so that it has some collision, but not like this collision. And also this chair is way too tall. As a player, I would not be able to sit on that. So we do have... Scale is still a tricky thing, because I experimented and looked into our files and the files from the game, and there's no consistency in how they're reported and how we render them. There might be information in the RuneScape client that somehow figures out how to render them. That might be a thing to look into. And then I experimented with the private server as well, just to verify that all of that works properly. So I will be sending you an updated copy of that client once I fix a couple bugs with it. The main one that I don't like at the moment is if you log in, log out, and try logging in again, it breaks. It just doesn't want to log in. It has an issue with the resolution of the window, even though the resolution of the window didn't change. And that also applies if you log in and resize the window and log out. It gets even more angry. It crashes in both situations. Don't know why. It's very messy code. But outside of that, I've gotten a lot of things working in it, so we'll see how that goes. So let's walk to Lumbridge. So first thing is I did make these statues out of the RuneScape model, but I actually think these ones can be probably better done by hand. And specifically, when we do them, I'd prefer to do them as like a Minecraft character bust with a kind of additional texture to kind of indicate it's a Minecraft character, because I think it'd be more suitable for how this will look at the end. But you'll notice this is the outline of the model for this guy, because this is actually the grindstone. And so if I switch out of this resource pack, this one, that's the grindstone. And obviously, unlike the candles, this has a different issue of it has its own collision and weirdness. So, and there will be blocks like this one that you can interact with that we'd want to get rid of. So that if you right click on this block, don't actually display the interface for it. So, but that's all plugin stuff, which we can do separately. Yes. The file you're looking for there is LVARG. I actually had trouble as well, because I have like 6 different versions in the OneDrive folder. You might still have access to the OneDrive folder. But yeah, I found other ones that don't work and realized eventually, oh, this is what I was looking for, because I actually browsed the server files for the Minecraft server. And there was a folder in the Minecraft folder called RS2 server, and that was the one that highlighted the word I needed to look for, whereas the root directory had an RSPS folder, and that one was a broken version, so yeah. So I also made these fountains. You can see that the texture on the inside does not have water, and that's because Metasequoia itself was giving me a black material, so I'd assume we'd need to either modify the Metasequoia model, or we'd need to manually add a water texture after the model is converted. The other aspect is I did originally make this in a higher resolution and then made it in a smaller one as a test, and I thought the smaller one looked better. So we will probably switch to that one instead. But for now, this is what's on my client, so that's how it looks. The other thing I wanted to show, I've got these guys. So this one had the same issue where it was clipping through the floor. So I actually had to make this model by hand because the one that imported had weird curves and stuff. So this one's by hand. This one's supposed to have a brick texture around it, so that guy up there. So same situation as the water texture. You'll notice that in other places where if it's a texture that's not part of the model, it doesn't appear. And then that leaves TP World build. Oh, and I also want to enable my minimap. So this is our build world. I don't know if you actually spent any time in here. I certainly did. I do still have... No, I think it's under homes. I still have the ice dungeon. So I streamed building this a while back, and I still have that VOD. So this one actually uses both variations of sand for some reason. So I never ended up finishing this and importing it into the overworld, but the stuff is here, so eventually when I'm at the... Oi, no biting! Jeez, I'll be right back. Cat problems never go away. Alright, so this exists, and I ended up installing a client-side mod that caches chunks so that I can actually see further than I'm supposed to be able to, so that I could actually see the edges of this world. And as part of the model testing, you can see here I was experimenting with fences. Now I had to move the experiments to a different fence block because we actually use oak for a variety of things in our overworld, so we're gonna have to convert some of those fences to different fences. So revisiting the models there, but check this out. Acacia fence. So if it's a single post or at the end of a line, it's square. Between them, it actually has like a taller one, and that happens in both directions. So this one correctly points this way, and right now I have the diagonal set up like this, so that if you're, for example, doing a guy like this, it'll look like this at the moment, but I have ideas on how to connect this. And my intent here, hang on, let me do the same experiment I was doing locally so that I can show you how this would look. It does not help that I have... Can I really wish the creative inventory had a longer hotbar. Hang on. Is there a mod for that? There was a mod for Minecraft 1.2 called Extended Hotbar. Wow, the Minecraft forum did not want to load the scroll bar. Yep, their website doesn't work. Yeah. Larger hotbar and longer reach. Yeah, they're all like 2013. Oh well, doesn't matter. I'm going to go over here. We're just going to screenshot this and open it in MS Paint. So, what I'm thinking is I move this model to the corner here. And that way I can... How do I line? Pick. That way I can basically connect blocks here. And that way it's like from middle point between blocks to middle point between blocks. Whoop, no. I liked the original color, that was fine. I wanted to do something else, that's all. So you can see that this is the middle point between each of these. And that would allow us to basically still have this one, because the biggest concern I had was figuring out the rotation. Oop. I don't know if Modrinth is a legit... Oh yeah, it is. Oh, it's a 2 swap rows fluent mode. And instead does a swapping as the user scrolls. Oh, there we go. Okay, yes. Versions. Game versions. 120.1. Excellent. Fabric and quilt. Excellent. That'll work for me. You probably saw my frustrations in the chat of like, why are there like, there's fabric, there's quilt, there's forge, there's Neo Forge, and it's like, I don't want to have to, if I find a mod, I just want it to work. And the different mod libraries don't work with each other, so. Anyway. My biggest concern was that I wouldn't be able to rotate this guy, the guy on the left, reliably due to it only having information about being connected to this one block, right? Instead, I'm stuck with... Just gonna pop this here so that I can... So it looks a little nicer. Rather than having to hack together some sort of rotation for the end post, just have it on the edge of the block, and that way any diagonals will render correctly, because the way that would work out is, if you notice here, if I place these guys down here, F3, you'll notice this one has east and west true, and this one has north and south true. So if north and south or east and west are both true, then we display a standard horizontal one. And if a east and south or north and west are connected, then we show the diagonal. And if only one of them are connected, like the end post, then we show the end post, just on the edge where the end post needs to be. And I think that'll work really well, because we need to support both. We'll see how that goes. I am going to install that mod right now, because that'll be very useful. And I also learned that the damn Minecraft launcher still uses a shared .minecraft folder. So if you have mods installed, they only actually work if you use that specific version. And you can't just have two versions with different mods installed. Because why would you want to do that? So I'm back to using multi-MC for like most of my modding, so that I have both a 120.1 Forge version and a Fabric version. I thought modding was supposed to get easier. Whatever happened to that mod API that Mojang promised? Alright. I'm going to load this up, and then we're going to try and get that NMS thing working again. And then later, when we get tired of 07craft stuff, I do want to get hot reload working for Royal Commands. We do be loading. I keep forgetting to set the default size of the Minecraft window. That's fine. Oh. Oh, actually, we could have this overlay because we are listening to music. Cool. And can I modify the mod configuration using this guy? Extended hotbar? Yes, I can. So, Fabric, by default, doesn't have a mod menu and therefore a mod configuration menu. Instead, you have to install a separate mod for that. That's on top of Fabric being made up of two mods, Fabric Loader and Fabric API. Okay, there is some weirdness when you get to the end of the row. I think I crashed the client by scrolling too much. I'm sending too many packets. That makes sense because I'm... Okay. Don't switch between hotbars too quickly, my friends. Oh no. I think... There we go. Okay. I was like, I think I've banned myself from my own server. Don't worry. I won't be saying that word much anymore. So yeah, I think diagonal fences will be viable, which should be great. But the JSON you have to write to make it function is a nightmare, and I don't want to touch it. So we're going to do Minecraft plugin development today. I tried to find tools that would automate it. They don't exist. Or the one that does is completely non-functional and not actually useful. So what did ChatGPT suggest? So we're back on this branch. I need to restart this guy. If accessing seems cumbersome due to versioning, sure. The imports are specific to 120. The suffix will change. Yeah, but I've successfully got the suffix working. I just don't have the actual stuff working. Yeah, being able to live debug the plugin is freaking neat. I'm very excited about that. Player armor stand, cool. The only other thing is, I don't have this properly built to correctly handle if the build fails. I don't like using it in general. It is a waste of resources and a lot of other things. But it has been very limitedly useful for the specific things I'm trying to do here. Okay. You know what? ChatGPT might be hallucinating, so let's just... Let's just actually get some results. Yeah, that's the very unhelpful threads that I get from this. Alright, well... What's the exact error? Okay, let's just disable this line. And let's disable this line. Hello to Black Bandit, welcome. Hope you're doing well. For programming, it probably is. In this particular case, I'm trying to get online answers for obscure Minecraft development questions, and I'm not sure if those will actually come up. I need to just create a armor stand here called stand, and then I'm going to disable the watcher here. I don't remember what code I did here to make it happy earlier. I'm just going to comment out all of this. Fix it in a moment. Because I just want it to compile and pull that namespace. Clean. And we're going to compile. Okay, that builds. So now we know Craft World and we know those exist. Yes. That is an accurate description of what we did back in the day and what I want to do with modern tech now. Yes, I did read that too. Let me just re-enable this. Because the one thing I need is Entity Armor Stand. Or if you have a better idea of what I can do here, because right now what it's doing is it's casting player.getWorld to craft world, then it's grabbing the get handle on that and turning that into a new entity armor stand, which I assume creates an armor stand. However, the reason it uses the NMS stuff there is it uses Protocol Lib's wrapped data watcher, which apparently requires the NMS stand data watcher. So if I can somehow get that data watcher without NMS, great, but I don't think I can. Because everything else is done directly on the bucket entity, which I'm used to working with. So yeah, ChatGPT specifically says org bucket craft bucket world, craft world, which that one exists, but net Minecraft server entity armor stand doesn't. So I don't know if it's now categorized under something different instead of the versioning, which in my thing here, it's correct that there isn't versioning, but I don't know how to get the entity here. Packs, players, advancements, commands, dedicated? Class? No. Let's try loading up GitHub Copilot and see what it gives me. That costs money, that's right. Free for students, teachers, and maintainers of popular open source projects. Technically. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Suggestions matching public code. Won't show suggestions matching public code. Matching. Yeah, let's try it. Use my code snippets from the code editor for product improvements. No, it cannot. Copilot access to Bing. Probably not. I don't know if I want to use Loud 3.5. But if the Black Bandit says I should, then let's see what happens. Okay. I have to install the damn extension. Okay. Extensions. I'm not happy about this. I'm just putting this out into the world. I'm not happy with this. I'm going to do it through the chat plugin rather than just inline stuff because the extension wants to sign in. Yes. I don't have a choice here. I get you though, Tim. I had stuff that was linked to my RMIT email and no longer. So, okay. Ask Copilot. How do we word this? Do modern versions of Minecraft NMS have access to Entity Armor Stand, and if so, how? So it's suggesting, and this text is a bit small. Yeah, it's giving me 1.16, but I want to see what it gives me first. Because remember, the code that I'm working with is from 1.8.8, which is very old. And if I can even get, like... Yeah. I'm going to see how this one goes first. I'll do it, like, in stages to see... Because I want to understand the answer, right? I don't want to just throw in whatever and go, great, that works. Because I'm going to need to understand NMS, I'm going to need to understand protocol lib, and I'm going to need to understand CraftBucket APIs, which I haven't done in a very long time. Obfuscators and their names change. However, you can still access these using Reflection or by using a library like Spigot, which provides a more stable interface. Here's an example of how you can access Entity Armor Stand using Reflection. So we get the world server, which is the get handle call that I mentioned. Which is not in this tab. It's in this tab. Okay. So let's actually make the code a little bit easier to read in this particular instance. So we need the world server, which gets player.world. And instead of the get handle here, we're just going to do world server. Because in this case, we need to do a new armor stand. Because this one has a armor stand util, and my issue with this is and create its name using Reflection. Get methods set custom name and then invoke it. Okay. So we might have to perform some reflection. If we had access to Entity Armor Stand, which we don't. We do use Entity Lookup Util, or we have an Entity Lookup Util that was created 9 years ago. Well, I mean, I'd like to be able to easily update each version. But yes, probably. All right. So let's switch to Cloud the other guy preview. All right, let's ask the same question. Does Minecraft 1.20.1 spigot? There we go. Having to enable it after already enabling it is weird, but okay. Using direct NMS imports. Ah, see, that's what I need. This is why Googling this stuff should be easier. Net Minecraft World Entity Decoration Entity Armor Stand. That's what I need. That's what happens when you're jumping such giant versions. Use craft bucket remapping. I'm using that. Access through package net Minecraft world. Hang on. Net Minecraft dot world dot entity decoration. It's armor stand, not entity armor stand. I don't know if that's going to work. We're about to find out together. No, I'm only modifying the individual lines, and I don't want it touching my code. World server cannot be... right, because world server... Nah, world server can't be resolved. What was the... Where was it pulling world server from before? Okay. Same version, similar code. I need... Oh, but the modern one uses craft world anyway.
You must never.
It just uses location. World server. Okay, but where is it getting world server from? I clicked enter. I don't know if I need to... Where'd my submit button go? I think it's stuck generating. Because I can see a generating label over here. Also, is my mouse visible on screen? It doesn't look it. It's not. My apologies.
You must never by imitation.
I have an app called Little Big Mouse. I don't remember if that just is for moving between... Yeah, I made it angry. It's just stuck on generating. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Now cursor. I'm just going to make a bigger cursor. How do I... Where's the stop generating button? Yeah, that cursor's way too big. Go chats, doing more actions. Actually, what I can do instead is I can check what that get handle is returning. Shit. Made it even angrier. Let's just undo that. Okay. Let's just forget this for now, because I want to start with it actually just compiling. Yep, as I thought. Armistan doesn't have the Get Data Watcher. Okay. Armistan server level. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, do they have another new game? Oh, it's just called Jagex Alpha. I did not hear about it, no. The sign-up survey should take no more than 10 minutes to complete. Okay, I'll do that later. Alright. Okay, does that make it happy? Cool. How do I fix this? Ah, so not data watching, entity data. Okay, cool. Alright, well that's no longer complaining. I can also get rid of the unneeded inventory stuff. I'll comment out the floor stuff because I don't know what that's for. Let's make this not completely off screen. Yeah, I'm not going to use stuff like Copilot for anything other than NMS. Because, yeah. But at least that gave me something to work with. Let's see if it compiles now. Run clean. Compile. I am going to also add a little... Okay, that built. There's no guarantee that works though, for some reason. Oh, that gives me the software cursor. Ew. I don't like it. I don't even know where it went. Magnifier's somewhere. There it is. I tried, I failed. Let's just get this building. And we're gonna put our client here. That always sounds fun, Tim. Alright, we're starting our Minecraft server. .07craft item drop. Loaded some stuff. That's a good sign. Let's get rid of the resource pack for now. So compiled. Whether it actually works is a different story. Cool. Gonna grab my coal and press Q. Nope, it did not like that. Exception occurred. Firing drop add event. Suppressed. Exception occurred. Firing in handler on drop add caused by invocation target exception. No class defined. Found error. Net Minecraft world level. Of course not. Yeah, that doesn't exist. Of course it doesn't exist. Why was it trying to call it? I'm going to turn off the air conditioner in my bedroom. Oh. And the living room. Handle event. On drop add. Armor stand drop display manager. On drop add. So this one calls handle drop add. For now, it's currently 23.5 in here, but with the air conditioner on, which is not directly in this room, it does lower the humidity just enough that it feels really cold, so I'll turn it back on later. Okay. This is the one thing I don't like about the way this code is currently structured. Is because of the way the event listeners are used. The stack trace is not particularly helpful. Okay. Text wrapping is not great. I mean, it is 31 outside in the garage, and it has actually... the temperature started going down as of 6 minutes ago. It was 31.5 at 4 o'clock. So half an hour ago, it's dropped half a degree. Well, not it's dropped a quarter of a degree since then. But yeah, I had my air conditioner upgraded. Yeah, it might have. Okay, so where is it trying to call this? It says remove drop, despawning drop, but that's not what I'm looking for. Suppress. Concurrent event delegate line 49. That's this guy, I think. But that's not what I want. So at some point, the event is spitting out a level which is not supported. Can I just tell it to analyze this this stack and tell me what to do? Because I have a feeling it's got to do with the drop event. Because it's the drop add event, right? The problem is the drop add event is called in various areas. So I'm wondering if, because this one abstracts the drop registry event, which is just an event with a get drop function. But I don't understand why it would be getting level. Make this a little larger. Caused by Armor Stand Display Manager line 53. I'm not using it directly. I'm using server level, which is what we tweaked, right? So I could just try doing this. And I'm going to make this code a little bit easier to read here. Like, I don't think that'll change it. But we can. Get logger. Hang on. Do I not have a logger in here? Yeah, I do. Bucket.get server. Cool. No problem. That's just to make sure it's actually recompiling. I don't think it is. It's a little annoying. Yeah, you're supposed to start Spigot, not attempt to attach to the existing one that doesn't exist anymore. That was something I also wanted to look into, is how I can potentially speed up launching the server. Problem is, the thing that takes the longest is loading the very small world. Maybe if I had a skyblock world. Okay, does my code even get hit? Add a drop. Suppressed. Remove drop, despawning. Weird. I don't think it's this function that's causing. Let's breakpoint wherever it's getting. Which line? This one. Handle drop add. Zero drop. So in this case, player stand is null, which is fine. But if I step over this line, yeah. So that is where the issue is happening. Good. I'll hit that breakpoint again. Hey, Grimrose. Hope you're doing well. Player valid? Player is a craft player. Stand is null. Stand ID is 11. And stand unique ID is UUID at 171. So new player armor stand, the constructor, is what's having trouble, I think. Let's step inside the wall. Yeah. Class not found exception. So this is happening in our server thread in here. Why is our constructor unhappy? The issue that player is a UID at some point. Or because it's loading this particular file. Okay, what if we do this? Location and bucket. Cool. I'm gonna... Let's stop the debugger here. Yes, it does. I have it done so that it hides the fact that it does that, but it does that. The only issue I have is right now it doesn't stop the server from starting if there's a build error. Because for some reason, here's the building, and the build succeeds even though there are compile time errors. Or runtime errors, I guess. That I don't fully understand yet, because I only got this working this morning. So I've got material, we've got tag. I'm gonna remove the breakpoint for now. Maven's always been funny like that, at least in my experience. At least VS Code informs me that it found a problem. Even if Maven doesn't. All right, we hit the breakpoint. Remove the breakpoint. Verify we still have the same problem. Default drop registry. Fire drop event. Okay. So the firing of the event is fine. The problem comes from the on-drop add in Display Manager. So there's an on-drop add here. This guy calls handle drop add. Calls event.getDrop. possible. Because this is happening inside... This is why I don't like that it's... Is there a way for me to get the full stack? Because I don't know if this is the full problem. Position, drop position, world. Direction north. Items, col 1, spawn time, despawn time. To be fair, the main issue here is I don't actually know my way around this code. And if I did know my way around it, I'd probably have better luck figuring out where I'm going for this. But for some reason, it's attempting to load that, even though... Which version of protocol lib am I running? 530. Let's try downgrading. Maybe to 5.1? 120.2. 120. Let's try 510. I don't know if I have... All right, let's build with protocol lib 510 and run with 510, which is compatible with 120.0. And depending on how that goes, we might have to do it with 520 because that'll be 120.2. It's possible it doesn't fully support 120.1 in the first place. Cool. No. World server. If you're working with CraftBucket, make sure you're using the correct ones, which I am. Yes, I agree. No thanks. Because that one also tries to use Minecraft world level.level. Yeah, that's happening in here for some reason. Okay, let's see what the internet says. Because people have had it as late as 118. Oh, I need to... You know what? That's probably why. I'm not re-obfuscating afterwards. I'm not remapping it back to what it was originally. Do I do that before or after the compiling? Probably before. Alright, let's see if Maven likes that. Oh, that's right. It also had code to set the armor stand health to 1000, and that was also really angry. Alright. Let's restart the server. And see if that works better. I have to wait for the previous server to shut down. I need to make it disable the button while it's running. Aha, okay, we fixed the error. We have a different one, but we fixed the error. So this is... New error is caused by the same thing that I was running into before. I don't know how to fix this one. So... This one is a... out of bounds thing when getting the entity ID. No, setting the entity ID when setting the entity ID. Um, we're making progress today. When you are trying to set the entity ID for the packet for the internal list of entity IDs is empty, ensure that you are setting the entity IDs properly. Where are we using this guy? Mm-hmm. I agree. I'm quite sure it's because, yeah, so this is the bit that I was not sold on. Also, this snippet's broken. It just repeated the same answer with an incomplete snippet. There we go. Okay. So maybe ID is wrong? Because that is what my code looks like. Index 0, it's empty, so it doesn't work. Send despawn packet. Right, because the entity hasn't been created yet, so why is it... That's the better error. Why is it yelling at me about the destruction when it hasn't successfully created it? Drop add event. Why is this... Why is the destruction in the add event? Did it fail silently before that? I think that's the problem. Alright, let's... Does that work? It does. Sweet. Alright, so the full error we're looking at here. Yeah. Because I think the problem with the code is it's trying to delete the previous one when the previous one doesn't exist yet. So it's not, it doesn't have a null check or an empty check. I bet that's the problem. Yeah, if prev is currently null. Try that. My real-time reloading isn't working, but that's probably because of the NMS. Which is okay. Now I can turn the air conditioner back on. I do need a quick bathroom break though, so while this starts up, I'll be right back. Alrighty. My JavaScript experience is showing. I didn't do the null check correctly. Yeah, it's not checking if that... Yeah, that would be a smart thing to check. I'm gonna delete the drop, even if it doesn't exist. Can't send a despawn packet for something that doesn't exist. Although I'm not sure why it's sending a... The original design for the drop ordering, so this is when you stack multiple items in the same pile, was that there'd be one armor stand there that just carries all of it. And I don't know if it needs to despawn the previous one as it currently is coded to do. Okay, it didn't error, but it also didn't spawn the drop correctly. Just gonna give it some time and see what it does. Yeah. Creation of the armor stand isn't occurring. At least I don't think it is. Hold on. Yeah, if there is an armor stand, I'm not interacting with it. So yeah, it tries to then destroy it after creating it, but can't. It says add a drop, default player drop. Maybe that set health command we can restore and see what happens. And let's also not make them invisible for now. We're making progress, just still nothing functional. I knew that's what this stream would be, regardless of how much prep I did beforehand, which I did a fair bit of prep, because I wanted this to work. Yeah, I don't see an arm stand. Or does it not like that I'm standing on... Yep, so the creation of the armor stand is not happening. Then spawn packet isn't happening. Oh! I see why. Usually helps to read the code you're modifying. I wrapped the check of the deletion. Yeah, hot code replace is probably not going to work with classes that import NMS. That's annoying. I updated the code to not send the despawn packet, but that check also covered whether to send the new spawn packet. Now, even if that now works correctly, the issue separate from that is my drop is still being sent correctly. So we'll see if the send spawn packet cancels the drop packet. As well. Okay, now it's actually erroring, which is a better sign. Index 9 is out of bounds for length 5. Okay, so this one might be simply caused by... there are two possibilities. The first is... Nope, there are no previous drops cached. Good. Set type. Yeah. Packet. Set type. Armor stand is 78. I'm just being super lazy now. Because I don't like NMS. Yep. I wish I didn't have to. Luckily, ChatGPT has at least given me some correct errors. Set the entity type using get integers. Get integers, right, 978. But index 9 is out of bounds for 5. So the issue I'm running into is my packet is not being created correctly. All right. Oh, is this a custom class? A custom wrapper? Wow. Okay. Packet type spawn entity. A custom wrapper is different. Also, hey Nathan, hope you're doing well. How do I sort by newest? Add entity. How old is this commit? Or file? 2 years. Figured the paper. See what it changes. A object types. Mine has predefined object type. Entity type. Is a different... Okay. That's why. It's no longer in getIntegers. It's getEntityType modifier. Wait, what is handle in this case? Handle is the packet container. Ah. Do we actually use getType? If object equals. Okay. We could just return an entity type here. I assume org bucket entity. I'm hoping. Okay. All right, wherever that is angry with me, I will fix it. And how do I get the entity types? That's fair, Root. It really comes down to how much you enjoy problem solving. Programming can be really fun, or it can be incredibly frustrating. My brother does not enjoy programming at all, and I get why. Yeah, I need to org bucket entity types. List of. And just like that, we're back in the right location. It's an enum. Of course it is. Org bucket entity.entity type has an enum. So we don't need these anymore. Voila! There is one nice thing about modernizing code, is that a lot of the time you're deleting a lot of old junk you don't need anymore. Ah, I had another window open that opened its own copilot. That makes sense. All right, well, it builds. Let's see if we fixed it. Because a lot of the time, and especially when it comes to Minecraft, what ends up happening is all of the original code was built with numbers and really, really aggressive assumptions. Now, you can just define it. Yeah. And that's why in a lot of the... I can show you some of the summaries for the changes that I've made. Still angry. Index 9 is out of bounds for length 1. So set type is still unhappy because I didn't change that. Why didn't I change that? Index 7 is out of bounds for length 5. Yours has changed too. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. I will be right back. Yesterday, my mum butt dialed my dad. Today, she butt dialed me. Alright, so the good news is we can just use this as a reference. Because your is no longer an integer, it's probably a double. Or it's a 1, 2, and 3 instead of a 7, 8, and 9. So basically, I need to update this file to modernize it to all the fields. Because the mappings to the fields are wrong. But we are making progress. Now we're not getting an error with the... Oh, hang on, this one was still angry. Get entity IDs. Set entity IDs. Did I not update this one? ID is integers 0. Set entity IDs. Why is it plural? That's for deletion. That's a separate task we'll have to fix. We care about your pitch. Is there a way for me to get the new mapping? I don't know what XA and XY are. XROT? Because X rotation would be that. Your would be... Okay, so your is X rotation. So get integers. I'm going to get so lost in here repeatedly. This is going to be a nightmare. My brain does not work this well with numbers. Let's see if we can find a different commit from someone else. Specifically for spawn entity. Because the first one is from Nyakat, which I think is this user again. Born entity. Four years, 115. Let's see if this works. Why is there a price history at the bottom? What do you mean? What do you mean I have the best price? I have a lot of functions to replace, man. Oh, I hate when I do this in VS Code. I don't know how to undo this. And now I'm lost again. Yeah, see, it keeps it, and I don't understand why. Get integers, cool. Get entity is get entity modifier world read 0, fine. Get entity is event player get world. Set entity ID is write 0 value. Get unique ID is get UUID. So get entity UUID is handle cool. Yeah, this is before UUIDs were properly set up in Minecraft. And Spigot and all of it. Set X. Hold on. Get type. Actually, we can use this as a verification that we're doing it correctly. Sweet. Set type. Write 0 value. Sweet. Get X. Handle, read. Aha, now we don't have to convert. We just return the double. That's so much better. Set X. That's cleaner. Get Y. No longer needs to be converted from integer to double. Set Y. Get Z. Set Z. Get optional speed Z. There's X. So that one hasn't changed. Set optional speed. Has not changed. Okay, get pitch. It's only the sets that changed. Okay. So set pitch. Yeah, it changed from 8 to 4. Set. Get pitch. Hold on. Read 4. Okay. Set pitch is 4. Yeah, so get pitch changed from... So the pitch changed in general from 8 to 4 because everything else moved out. So your... Get your is now read 5. Set your is now 5 instead of 7. So there's your... So get optional speed Z is 3. Okay, that did change. I'm just blind. Set optional speed Y. Move from 5 to 2. Get optional speed Y. Also 5 to 2. Get optional speed X. Stayed 1. There you go, ladies and gents. Don't assume that if X didn't change, then... Or it did change. It did change and I was just blind. Never mind. Okay, so... X is 1. Y is 2. Z is 3. Your is 5. Hitch is 4. Get object data. That's 6 instead of 10. Alright, I think we're ready. Are there any that didn't change? Entity didn't change. That is correct. Entity UID, we've changed it to just read get UUIDs, which is nicer. And to write UUID. Then all the others have changed. Alright, I think we're good now. Now, there is still some behavior with destruction, but it's possible the destruction code will no longer misbehave when the creation actually succeeds. That does mean that if creation fails for whatever reason, then destruction fails, and it's not currently... So not what I need to do. I need to start the debugger. It's possible we need to add some protections there. But for now, let's see if actual creation can work. Because if we can get that working within the next 20 minutes, that'd be nice. Server's launching. The build didn't yell at me. That's a good sign. Server's started. Doesn't actually mean anything. Oh, no, we still have an error. Okay. What's our new error? Out of... Index 5 is out of bounds for size 5. Index 5. So they changed it again. Well, that's not fun. So 5 is not correct anymore. This doesn't specify which version. Okay. Yeah, 115. So since 115, they have changed it again. Which I had a feeling might happen. How old is his file? No, the author of 4 years, 115. Okay. So we need something newer than his. Wiki options, user options, issue code. With this extension from these owners, created on the dates 2020 or 101. Is that just gonna purge my previous search? Yes, it will. Rude. Okay. I believe most of the walls are done at this point. The challenge with carrying levels over is there's no guarantee they'll match. That'd be my main concern. I don't mind doing them by hand, personally. Not what I meant to do. The fact I have to open each of these, there's 91 of them, but I'll just do the first page. Because I need one that's specifically 120. I guess maybe if I search the commit title. Last year. Hmm. Six years. 2 years. This one just says library created. Are they all just labeled spawn entity? Oh. Yeah. Workaround for protocol lib bugs, version 5. One doesn't even have all the fields set. Alright. Decent holograms. Okay, 282. They're using Gradle. Utils. Reflect. Cool. version. Enum of supported NMS versions. Okay. So they're doing the same thing that Royal Commands is doing, where it's a separate package. That contains the NMS stuff. Because it pulls from... Well, that doesn't make it easier for me. Stand data. Entity data. AN, AU, AV. Okay, so this plugin doesn't have the information in a way that I can make use of it. No, that's not what I need. I need here. GitHub packet wrapper play server. Cool. The version I care about here. Doesn't say. Neat. This doesn't have the file I want either. Which version was he working on here? MISC fixes. That is not a version number, sir. Why is there an ad here? You should never have an ad that... that spoofs a download button. This guy's thing looks very similar to the other guy. But where is it imported from? Is it just imported directly from wrapper play dot server from GitHub retro retrooper? Okay. Via version. That's why. The guy who makes Via version made a frickin' utility repo. That's smart. But how do I know the mapping of versions? So we need POM. We have a new dependency. I wouldn't mind switching away from protocol lib to packet events. If there's such a migration path. Okay. Is there a dark mode for this guy? Much better. Do I need a packet events instance? Is my first question. Dependency conflict. That's okay. Does it compile with just the dependency added? The only place we use packet wrapper. So we're just going to replace the built-in... Oh, where did you go? We're going to replace packet wrapper with this guy. And see if it's a drop-in replacement. And if it's not, we figure out why. No. Resources compiler. How do I... But when I package? I really need to look into it. Or am I going to have to actually use it correctly? And by that I mean include the packet loader. I don't know what my main class is. What is our main class? Item drop plugin. Not that one. That one.
Or is this real?
Yeah, correct. I have a feeling that the client, because I have updated, and if you want to compile, no, actually, you can just run it. If you run the client from the OneDrive, that client does give you model IDs in the top, like top left hover text. If you can find a way to get the model scale from that same data point, feel free. You in the client code base, you're searching for model :space, all lowercase. On enable. So we don't actually use onload. Ah, this doesn't actually do any drop saving. That's why I wasn't seeing any files in there. All right. Does this build? It does. Now, I assume that I need to install the plugin separately. Let's find out. Configuring packet events. Setting. Check for updates as soon as you initialize your packet events instance. Debug timestamps. Cannot find symbol. That's okay. We knew that would happen. Still trying to pull from the wrong place. Does this have the code I want? No, it doesn't. Okay, how do you use it then? Do I need to clone this repo from Grim to see how he uses this? Oh, you know what? I don't need to. Let's just generate a code space. And then I can delete the code space when I'm done. Clone, cd grim, w build. Cool. GitHub code spaces, install Gradle. How do I do? Gradle build. Yeah. Cool. Open the project. Add a dev container configuration. Right. I don't care, just install Gradle. Oh, I could have just searched for Java. Never mind.
Left inside a fantasy. It can be my reverie. Be the things I wanna be. I think back and see it now, clear as day. Relive those moments, I swear I've changed. I couldn't see, I didn't know, I'm not okay.
Mm-hmm.
Relive those moments just to feel the same.
I want to modify it. I want to start it. The code spaces. Where? Where's this code spaces button? Oh. It's basically that, and we previously disabled the ability to click on things so that we could move through walls. The main challenge there, and I don't think it's because of that, but right now if you click on things like going a thing that will teleport you to a cave, nothing happens. Now, either we need to add the ability to click on it to teleport you to the correct cave, or at least post the coordinates to the cave so that you can teleport there manually. That was the only other thing I ran into as a challenge.
I think I saw the piece of you that completes my
It's building my code space.
of you. You're the one that sees it through.
I don't have Gradle installed, so this is fine because it'll allow me to actually... what do you mean his code base doesn't have this anymore? Packet entity replicator. I need to source control. Can I just check out whatever this commit was? I think it might be, but I do also remember that before we added the... perma no clip, I don't think teleporting to places worked at all. But I also don't know if that was for this particular client or a different one. Now, can I search for this text? No? This is still the wrong file. Why does the file exist? No, it doesn't exist here. How did I get here if it doesn't exist? Because it's entity, not object. That's why. Don't use a random integer to give to your spawn entity. Okay, how does he do it in here? Event. You have to pass an event. Packet send event. This is not giving me the information I needed. It uses a constructor. Location. No. ID. UUID. Entity type. Oh no. Entity type dot armor stand. Then location. But what if I want to set rotation? Position is a vector 3D. Oh, of course it is. Because of course Copilot's giving me wrong autocomplete. Alright, we can remove Copilot. It's already pissing me off. Bye. I'm assuming your is a... No, it's a float. What's the default yaw? Head yaw, data, and velocity. Head yaw 00, let's do. No additional, hold on. Armor stand location, location dot get yaw. Then 0 for no additional data, then null for no velocity. That's according to its own documentation. Float, float. Do like when documentation is outdated. And is the command user.send packet. What is user in this context? Is it player? Event get user. Entity ID. Entity ID supposed to be an int? Yes. Packet events, send packet player. Packet events dot get API get player manager get send packet. Okay, and that's where Google is useful. Player packet, cool. Now I just need to fix whatever's going on here. Doesn't like my null. Entity type. Location. Float. 0. Null. Or can I just not send it? Location float int undefined. The issue that I'm... No. Oh, because location is a location when it actually wants position. How do I convert the location to a position? No, sort of. So I have a location, and the documentation for the API I'm using over here says you can just give it a location object, and then I get your as the second final parameter, and then a 0, then a null. And that null, we won't specify any initial velocity. And the API for it confirms that int entity ID, UUID, then entity type, which is an entity type, location, which is a location, float head your, hello Titan, hope you're doing well. Then int for data, then a nullable vector 3. But it complains saying the constructor is undefined. Int UUID. Does it maybe not like my format of the UUID, which I'm just using Java util UUID. What's it using? It is too. Okay. That was... I'm going to check them one by one for that reason. Armor stand returns an entity type, which comes from org bucket entity. Ah, I see. My entity type is not a entity type from their system. But I need to use... That's going to be really obvious when I look up here, isn't it? Yep. Wrong entity type. Okay, then location is, yep, same deal. That does not make it easier to read. How do I convert a bucket location? Bigot conversion util. Cool. That's happier. Okay. We're going to... It's not going to be readable in any format. One of the downsides of Java is... Why would I want to format this section? I just want to format these lines. Why would I want to remove additional spaces from a comment? That's silly. All right. Entity metadata. I think my cat is hungry again. I'm okay personally switching away from protocol lib to something modern. It's just going to be a lot of trying to figure out how it all comes together with the new tech. Mm-hmm. Trying to figure out what data we're watching. Hang on. Let's revert these changes for the moment. I feel like this code worked before, and because I've removed... what did I remove? Which file am I in? Player understand. Yeah, that's the right file. My eyes are getting tired. I'm gonna have to end stream soon. Take a nap. Yeah, because I'm pulling from the entire space, which I don't get to. Right, because I was grabbing a custom one. That makes sense. And I don't need to use the custom one anymore. The custom one was entity metadata. And this one simply sets metadata. And what metadata were we setting? Watchable objects. Okay. Is that our code? No. Use a list of data watcher, wrap data watcher, get entity data. Because that's using NMS stand. Watcher. Set metadata. What is NMS stand? Am I gonna have to loop through it to Get data watcher. Yeah. Oh, it's just data watcher.c. Okay. Sweet. That makes sense. So we're going to... We don't need a wrapped data watcher. We can just use the data watcher directly, and we can simply get its content. This one's just ID, and this one is data watcher.c. And then we're just grabbing here. My JVM has run out of memory again. Voila! This is not going to be useful because the JVM has run out of memory. So I'm going to have to do some manual copying over here. We don't need packet type. We do need... to use the right domain. Oh, is data watcher not a thing anymore? Alright, we're going to do this differently because we do have... to do for 169. Which version are we using? 260, which is the latest. Here's an updated and correct one. But that doesn't exist. You know, I thought I was on the right track, and then I wasn't. Patch update 166, so we want 167's changelog. So this one was 166. Hmm? This one's 166. We need page 3. 16 bug fix. Alright, what if we just do a search for metadata? No, it's still giving me the outdated functions. Wrapper. Okay. Wrapper play. Client meta. No. Did he actually document the full changes? Is there a migration guide for for 2.0? Is the wiki separate from the docs? Yes, but it's empty. Mm-hmm. Cool, but how do you migrate?
When a humble bard graced a ride along with Geralt of Rivia, along came this song.
Am I just gonna have to search the source code?
They came after me with masterful deceit, broke down my loot and
Wrapper place server entity metadata.
all the devil's horns, minced our tender meat, and so cried the witcher, he can't be bleed.
Almost definitely that one.
Toss a coin to your witcher, a valley of plenty, a valley of plenty. Oh,
Now, what parameters does that take?
coin to your witcher, a valley.
Entity ID and a list of entity metadata. Oh.
Wild like the wolves in the night. When you show me tenderness, love had me blind. Walk in the woods through your eyes.
I still don't know about the data watcher.
Mystery in a disguise.
Hang on, but
Like a whisper on the wind of this year. Forget
if I can get the documentation for
out of life.
this guy,
Memory. Baby, if you hear me, I will find out where we can.
list entity data.
I keep my head held high, strong enough to live another day. I tried 1,000 times,
Head.
wish we could rewind, but we gone our separate ways. Separate ways, a separate way. I keep my head held high.
I feel like I'm working with QT again with the amount of tabs I have open. Oh, it's 6:30. I should probably figure out what I'm having for dinner. How do you determine entry? List entity data. Entries. Get entity. My cat has realized what time it is too. Okay. Not that file. This one might. Libs disguises. Entity data. Add V. Bucket values. Values is the watcher value. How do I get the... Aha, there we go. Okay. I thought it would be something like that. Oh yeah, there's no get all. I didn't see one. Get dirty. Not. Because there's pack dirty, which might be what we're looking for. I'd be better off looking at the documentation for that if it exists. What do you take? List of entity data. Problem is, I don't know where to actually get the documentation for this, because I don't think, like, the reason ChatGPT is struggling with this is because the documentation doesn't really exist. Entity data. Meta, no, okay, good. How do I clone it? That's what I want to do. New synced data entity. Entity get data get all. But not only does it not work, helpful. Synced entity data. This one is, what file is it? Remapped. Cool. Entity ID pool. Not what I want. I want items, maybe. Is dirty. I did have a outline. Hey Silash, hope you're doing well. Shouldn't you be asleep? That is not the outline for the file that I'm currently looking at, so... That is. So we've got refresh, assign values, pack dirty, set get item, but there's no like list or get or anything, and there's no iterator either. That does happen. Get non-default values, I assume. I have to assume that get non-default values is what I want here. But how do I turn... How do I turn Mr. Data values into something like this? Because the data type is list entity data. Yeah, I'm gonna have to loop through it. Okay, let's see if it hallucinated this function too. New entity data. Entity data as in I need the entity data object from you, which is you. I am updating old protocol lib code to use packet events instead, which is a different library that is friendlier, but had a rewrite. So all the documentation and information you can look up gives you examples from before the rewrite. Index type value. Okay. Do I have an index? I mean, I understand the goal. How do I determine the index? Yeah. It's true. There's an ID, but there's not an index. Do I want to just... Because yeah, if I just pull up the documentation, right? So this is their documentation for the library. That's the documentation in a nutshell.
Chips are down and you're losing hope. The light will surround and show you the road again, again, again. Show you the road again, again, again. Wait for the sunrise and open your eyes. If we give it time, life will be so bright again, again, again. Life will be bright again, again, again. No, we're gonna rise again. We got each other like a friend. And every time you think the end is near, you'll see the tides can turn. And we will rise again. We'll rise again.
Pretty much. Or find examples of other people running the same code.
We'll rise again.
Because the problem is 1.21 has a... Well, like, different versions have different functions that allow me to get different data in different ways.
We'll make it together. We'll make it together.
Because the indexes that are going to be in here are not going to be accurate. Ah, good. No way. Ruthan Vector, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. Hope you're doing well. Because I don't know if the indexes matter. That's the problem. I assume they do. My favorite thing about ChatGPT is always is how it goes, "Oh, you're right." Okay, but no, ID and index are not the same thing. I mean, I assume it does in the entity data, but that's not exposed. Nope, that's the free one. I 99% of the time don't use it. Yeah, I have to use an old-fashioned... I don't know if that index is going to be useful. Because if you have a look, here's the synced entity data I'm working with, right? Just gonna hide that for a sec. This entity data has define ID, get, where is it? Define ID, define, create data item, has item, get item, get set, mark dirty, is dirty, pack dirty, which just applies the changes, get non-default values. Yeah, I'm just skimming what functions there are because none of them are useful. Anything that is useful I'll show at the bottom. So there's get non-default values, which is what I'm using. It's the only one that I can find that actually gives me information. And you'll notice the first thing it does is it creates a list. So the list that it's looping through, which is this items by ID .values.iterator, the indexing changes because it's just iterating and then If it's not set to default, it goes list.add. So the index doesn't matter because it just adds the value to the list. And then when it's done, it returns the new list. So it generates a new list in this case. I don't think there's a way for it to... Yeah, the only functions that interact or return items by ID is empty and has item. I don't think the indexes matter. And in terms of whether the data itself contains an index, data item, can I do anything with this guy? No. All right, let's do it from our code. Data value. Data value has an ID, serializer, and value. So yeah, I don't think indexes matter. All right, we'll just... We'll see if this works. It takes an entity data type and an object. Index type value. Source code is decompiled from a class file using fern file. Neat. Okay, so this still doesn't tell me what I need. So here's the thing, right? That one's correct. That line... These two lines down here are correct. The lines above are correct. It's the loop that I'm struggling with. Because I don't know how to create entity data. From the existing entity data. What I might try is just not. Because I already set the data here for the bucket entity. I wonder if that's good enough. We'll find out. And then there's a different one for equipment, which we can also skip over. Because it's not wearing any. Oh, but it does have the held item. Okay. So we need entity equipment from server. Cool. I assume you take ID and you take the list of equipment. How do I define list equipment? It's made up of slot and item. Cool. An equipment slot is main hand. Cool. We're going to do list equipment, which is from retro equip new list. Oh, I can just do new array list. cool. Equip. Dot add. New equipment. And that'll be this slot. With this. Get items. The collection. No, I did it correctly. Why is it unhappy? I'm going to move it to the middle of the screen so that it's not blocked by the webcam. There you go. Add hand. That is happy. Then ID, then equip. Slot held packet player. Alright, how have I screwed this up? This is the wrong equipment slot, is it? No, it's not. Is it the wrong item stack? I don't have item stack imported here, that's why. Cannot cast from org bucket inventory item stack. Well, yeah. Does it have its own item stack? Oh, I'm gonna have to do the from bucket thing, isn't it? Yeah, right? I know exactly what you mean. There was a from... Yeah, there's a spigot conversion util that I'll have to use here. From bucket item stack. And I give it the iterator. Yeah. Okay. I mean, the other aspect of this is less about Java and more about how when you're working with packets, you're already screwing around with things you shouldn't be. And so you're gonna run into challenges. Alright. No other errors, so let's hit that button and see what happens. Let's just manually open this guy. Make sure this successfully builds. Now I assume I'm going to have to install the plugin for packet events. Yep, okay. Now, which version of packet events am I using? (260) 260. Cool. That's fair. Already downloaded it? No, I haven't. Cool. I'm going to try and get this working, and once it works, I'm going to have to head off because it is approaching 7 PM and I have not eaten dinner. But the fact we're getting close to getting this working, I'm very happy. Now, where's our plugins folder? Cool. Just rebuilding. Realistically, I should make it check whether the code has changed and then build, but that's okay. And later I'll have to fix the issue where the dependencies have conflicting dependencies of dependencies. So Craft Bucket's unhappy as hell. And so is a trooper. Alright. It launched. It says I'm running the latest version. I am going to go into the config for that plugin. And we're going to disable B stats. Okay, here we go. Moment of truth. Hey, that sort of worked. I need to mark. Firstly, it didn't like that packet events is now a dependency, but I didn't mark it as such. I don't know if I need to use uppercase or not. He doesn't in his thing. Alright, so... So my guess is I'm setting the velocity incorrectly because it falls. But we weren't getting armor stands at all before. So we have made progress. I just want to see how quickly the thing falls. Oh, the has gravity doesn't get applied. That's why. So because we aren't copying over... We're not copying set gravity false to the NMS data. So it has gravity. So it falls through. So... Yeah, because the hand position is wrong too. Weirdly, it just falls infinitely. Then despawn packet is unhappy as well. Which is pretty funny. But that I can fix later. The biggest annoyance is going to be the NMS stuff. I wonder... Can I... Entity data... Packet wrapper. It's gonna be this guy for sure. I mean, I can just... All the stuff I've applied here, apply to the NMS object. Because the NMS stand... Can I wonder. Material data, item material. Does it only have from bucket? Yeah. Okay. Are there other conversion utils in this folder? Packet events util. Hey, Fuzzy. Yeah, well, this is, to be fair, this is a dependency that I'm using. That those are internal imports on its own thing. Realistically, they could have just put a star. The bigger annoyance I have with the imports that I ran into today is you can't import two things with the same name from two different places and just rename one of them. So you have to instead import them directly, which is what I do here. So net Minecraft world entity decoration armor stand. I have to do that because I use standard armor stand. Nope, they don't. I use standard armor stand elsewhere. Oh, it's the name of the thing this implements. Which this guy is also from our own thing. So this one pulls our own interface. Yeah. All right. So I need the util folder. Yeah. Oh, is this going to be in its own... No, it's not. Sweet. Oh, no, it is a spigot folder. Damn. Okay. I have no strong opinion on that. Velocity, fabric, bungee. Okay. How do I... What if I just search for synced entity data in the code base? Is there going to be a utility? No, there isn't. Okay. How do I get entity data? I did see he had an examples repo. Does that have any examples that I can... That does make sense. Oh, yeah. Homebrew is pretty unpleasant for that reason too. Hang on, does the Ask Copilot open a web UI? It does. Excellent. Okay. Let's do it from packet events. I'm using ret Rupa packet events, and I need to create a
Same people, same places, same parties. Am I just a ghost at night? Too many street lights in this city. I'm missing all.
Nope. In this case, when we say packet, it is a bit of data that is sent from the client to the server.
The feeling that I've been away for far too long. 'Cause there's something
So
I love that brings me peace.
by default, if you're just making a normal
Something special.
Minecraft server plugin, you don't have to worry about packets. You're just interacting with the API. However, if you want to spoof stuff, you have to work with either protocol lib or this new library that I only discovered today called packet events. It seems to be a sequel to some extent, a replacement. However, if you try and Google the stuff for this, you either get results for protocol lib or the previous version of this plugin before its refactor. This version of this plugin has no documentation. Can I just cast it? Am I dumb? Or is Copilot lying to me? Oh, actually, this is the wrong... I want to do it with this one. Okay, let's just yoink this, switch to a better model. Let's see what it gives me. Oh, absolutely. New entity data index. I like how it's just getting an index out of nowhere. For example, yeah, no, I don't trust it. And this is the thing, in 99.9% of my coding, I do not use anything AI because it lies all the time, and especially if there's no documentation. What I have found today during stream is that it can be useful in getting obscure Minecraft stuff when it comes to Net Minecraft server to some extent, to the point where I was able to get stuff working that I struggled to get working for hours. And it's only because the answers are out there. You just have to sift through a bunch of junk. For this specific thing, it was able to sift through it. For other things, like what I'm trying to do here, I'm going to have trouble. Because this one just goes... Yeah, this one tracks dirty values. Sort of. So the reason Net Minecraft server isn't documented is because you're not actually supposed to use it. It is internal Minecraft stuff. Because of that, it is obfuscated, and therefore there's no API documentation. Yes, and it changes every version. There's no API versioning for that. It's messy. Now, ideally, I'd very much like to not use NMS. Because if we take a look here, right? So you've got... This is an org bucket entity armor stand. With it, I can set the gravity. So this is the spigot/bucket API for an armor stand, and it allows me to do all this stuff. If we're talking the NMS armor stand, you can see that it has keys and it has functions, but if I go set gravity, that one's a set no gravity flat. And so I can do that if I wanted, rather than doing it through non-NMS. The current code does it through not NMS, and then the previous code used to grab that non-NMS stuff, throw it into the NMS, which then gets sent in the packet. But I don't know how to convert this unless I can somehow NMS stand dot 30. What's the word for it? Get entity data dot pack dirty. What if I do that? Will that fix my issue? Because pack dirty will apply any dirty changes to the entity data. So that might fix my issue without having to mess around with stuff. The problem is, even if I do that, I still need a way to get that data out. And that's the part I'm stuck on. I don't think that'll help. I'll run it, but I don't think that'll help. Get entity flags. Add other entity flags as needed. Show me the same code, but with all entity flags filled in. All right, now protocol lib shouldn't complain about not specifying the correct dependency. Nope, it says loaded class 0 from 1, which is not a depend or soft depend of this plugin. So good job, protocol lib, on not defining your things correctly. Loaded class adventure text component and packet events. Okay. Nope, it still still has gravity. Okay. So I somehow need to get this entity data. What if we crouching, sprinting, armor stand specific. Small has gravity, has arms, no base plate, marker custom name, show custom name. These can't be the same. Silent, okay. I wonder if I can somehow make a packet out of entity data list. Let's see if that's a better question. I really don't appreciate the really dumb, like, we're gonna make it look like it's responding. Just give me a loading screen. Usage example. Get entity ID and then adapter. This is what I don't want to do. This is the problem. This was my concern with with both of these options. Is that either way I'm going to have to hard code the flags. Alright, at this rate it is 7. I mean, that's a good question. I mean, they hard code less than they used to. I will say that much. They've slowly been unhard coding things. Entity data type. Name. So, here's the question. Does protocol entity data types even exist? Or did it hallucinate that? Feeling it hallucinated. This is why I don't use it in my day-to-day. I'm in the wrong window. Yeah. Got too many windows open. Skywer, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the order. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there are two parts to this, right? The first is everyone has fallen for the marketing of AI. We don't fall for the marketing for anything else. People ignore ads all the time. But for AI, somehow, whatever they tell you is true. And so many people are just like, yes, let's put AI in everything. But it lies. It doesn't think. There is no other technology or product where someone has taken the existence of the item or device or service at face value. Never. You know, you make a product that creates a fire, someone's going to stick their hand in it to figure out if the fire is hot, right? Whether it's real fire or not. By that he means he wants everyone to be dependent on it. But the thing is, it's not capable of anything. Entity data. Okay, so maybe this is from the old version of the code. Yeah. No, why am I searching in packet wrapper? The wrong repo, that's why. Okay, that class does exist. Okay. So... But why doesn't this just pull from there? Like, I don't want to make my own adapter for a thing that it can already do. Something I'm gonna have to figure out after dinner and a nap. Because which flags do I actually care about here? Gravity, visible, arms. Gravity, arms. Visibility is not unique to armor stands. It'd be an entity thing, so that'll be... yeah, invisible. Arm pose. Head pose can pick up items and base plate. So it's pretty much exclusively... Let's import the adapter and see what happens. I'm on the wrong scene anyway. You know, it would help if I wrote Java instead of JSON. I'm so not used to using a Java file extension. So where is entity metadata provider from? You forgot an import. And this is not a real function. Well, it did hallucinate it. Oh no, it just got the functions mixed up. There we go. I made it happy. I think there's still one line here. An armor stand does not sneak. So that's the only... We can comment that one out. Entity data types component is deprecated. In favor of? Thank you, documentation, for telling me which one. Well, this one's decompiled from a class file. So let's just grab it from the code. I don't know. Fuzzy, I don't ask questions. I just push the buttons. And I hope it does the thing. Yeah. So even the original Java file doesn't say what the replacement is. Great, thank you very much. Which flag? Okay, I'm gonna shut up this warning. Default case. Or actually, what happens if we... Missing case statement. Yeah, crouching. Okay. Quick fix. At default case. That'll probably crash. We'll see. Alright. We're gonna... How does it want me to use our new utility? Just give it the bucket armor stand. Hang on, where is our bucket armor stand? That label just stand. Do we think this will work? It's a very ugly utility, and there might be another one someone's already deployed somewhere. This isn't something I would push to a public repo, and it's not something I would keep in my code base. But I just want to see if it'll work. Annoyingly, every time I recompile, OBS drops frames, even though it's running as admin, so it should take priority. Yeah, it didn't complain. That doesn't mean it'll work. But startup succeeded. Alright. Nope. I think it's worse. Yep, it's worse. Not only does it not have the gravity or any of the other stuff, it also doesn't... That's the destroy stuff. I don't care about the destroy stuff. That's a task for later. I think you might be right. And... Unexpected value crouching. Yeah, it didn't like crouching. Because our wrapper doesn't support it. Because it has to loop through them. So it calculates them by looping through all the supported ones. But it's not supported, so the code I threw into it, rather than just ignoring it, which is what it should have done, or just returned false, was causing it to bail. And therefore, none of the stuff was being applied. Yes, but in this case where specifically the issue you run into is that the base level entity supports things like crouching, even though the armor stand doesn't. Because a player can crouch. I don't think a cow can crouch. Okay, so it has the same behavior as before. Oh, this time it... Yeah. It's holding the item. Hang on, can I interact with it at all? Hmm. Why can I eat food in creative? Yeah, I can't interact with it either. I don't know. What I'm going to quickly do as a final test. Yes, I want to breakpoint that. Yeah. That's true. I'm curious what is contained within the armor stand adapter state. So what that does tell me, I guess, is that at least the item that the armor stand is holding is correctly applied. Which is fine because that happens later. Equipment, right? So equip works. Spawning it in the correct location works. It's just the metadata that doesn't work. I might have to just do this manually, where I just set some of that data by hand. Okay. What do we have in our breakpoint? We care about armor stand state. Can't actually... Oh no, there we go. Entity, equipment, server, spigot, persistent data container, custom tags, registry, create adapter. It's unlikely because this particular function sends spawn packet, just sends the spawn packet. It does get deleted about 6 seconds later, which is wrong. It's supposed to be like 60 seconds, I think, or 3 minutes. But that initial spawn... I mean, to be fair, you 100% could be right. I don't actually know 99% of this code at the moment, because this is all old code from 2016 by someone else for my project. And that I have not had a chance to actually look over properly back then, let alone while I'm adapting it right now for modern versions of Bucket. So the information here is not useful. It just gives me the armor stand state object. Even the equipment is just a generic entity. So not helpful. Okay, so how do I... Say we're creating this. Entity data list dot add new entity data index. Entity data type. Data type, get by ID. Client version ID. Alright, let's... start a new conversation. Using... gravity, visibility, arm position, head position, and base plate for an armor stand. Using event, no, entity data for that. Let's see what it gives me. I like how the first line says, Copilot uses AI. Check for mistakes. Like hallucinations. Yeah, it's all hard coding. Look at that junk. Does my wrapper... No. The indexes are generated. That's really unhelpful. What's the... You know what? Gravity. No, it is correctly reversing has gravity to become no gravity. Her arms. Her hide base plate. Don't make it small. And remove gravity. Let's see if that works without the adapter. Let's see if it's the adapter's fault or I'm going about this the entire wrong way. entity lib. Nope, it still has gravity. Even bedrock doesn't stop it. Yeah, it has a base plate too. Head Wars, get instance, get as packet item. I just need an exam by the developer. Wait a second. Have I been really, really dumb this whole time? The problem is, I think it's going to work. And that's going to really annoy me. And if it doesn't work, it could be something else that's broken. As you said, that something else might be overriding it. I don't know how or why, but it's possible. Nope, entity armor stand cannot be cast to entity metadata provider. Entity armor stand is an unnamed module of loader URL class loader. Okay. Then entity ID metadata dot entity data. So how do I Does the wrapper that I generated use that or it does? Sort of. It means the function is being called. It doesn't mean the edits are being applied in any way. The issue here is entity metadata provider. NMS, no, armor stand to entity metadata. That would have been too easy, huh? Possibly. Alright, I think that's going to be it from me. I'm going to do one last build just to see what happens, but I expect the same error. I need a break and then a fresh perspective. The fact this doesn't complain is strange. Do I have space in my server list? I do. Yeah, that is also unhappy. For the same reason, it doesn't... Cast is invalid. Craft armor stand cannot be cast. Why is it a craft armor stand? That's wrong.
The Carolina wind blows, salty smell in my nose. Close my eyes and let it lift me up. Heavy clouds are moving, walking towards the coastline.
Alright, I am going to go make dinner and then figure it out. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. And that is painfully obvious. Yeah. I mean, there's probably a printing utility for this. But in this case, it's... There's documentation for it, I just don't want to sift through it. And by that I mean documentation specifically for packets. Which I closed. I think. You know, so this is the... This is what I should be reading if I cared. So this is the entity metadata format. The index determines the meaning. Yeah. So you have the type, which is the variant, and the value. So that describes what the metadata should look like, and this particular website, wiki.vg, will have what is it? Metadata packet. And it'll be somewhere in here. Yeah. Alrighty. That's going to be it from me today. Thank you all for hanging out. I might do something like this every now and then when I actually have progress. Otherwise, for this particular problem, I'm just going to ask in their Discord and ask them if there's a way for me to just copy the values from a standard armor stand. Well, enjoy your weekend, and I will be live on Tuesday for Open Tuesday, as I usually am. That is Overwatch Open Queue with Australian and New Zealand creators. So yeah. I'll catch you all later. Bye!